Just a sec. This often can be a pain in the ass, really. So let's do this. Yeah, no webcam today. It's gonna be different. Not that much different though. Still doing the same stuff, but yeah, today I'm not gonna have a webcam. All fine though. It's just that yeah, I have to allow the space of the room, you know. So Wally, I was thinking, just actually when I saw your message moments before that, I thought that you're gonna be streaming today because you had time scheduled for more or less around this time, I guess. And then when I saw your message, it surprised me really positively, of course. Hmm. Yeah, you did mention something along that, along those lines of deleting it and that you're not that active. But yeah, uh, maybe it had evaded me because I really couldn't monitor all. I was focused on the work mainly. If that makes sense. Let's first do this here. Go check out my panels. Let me know what you think of them. If you will, yeah, sure. But I think I managed that. It wasn't hard at all. I just had to make a specific image in size and just attach them, write whatever, and it was done. I didn't. I mentioned. Let me just lower the music a bit. I mentioned that I more or less finished with with the panels on my Twitch page, and they came out quite nicely. I mean, I didn't know that they're done in such way. I don't know why, but I assumed it's more complicated than that. But it turned out nicely. I believe they're fine. Maybe I'll change some images later on. Do it probably be a bit different with the layout of the images itself, like the how they're called, the headlines. So maybe that I'll just go on to change a bit, but they're cool. I didn't know they're actually made like that. Yeah, the banner, the panel banner, yeah. Um, just a sec, I have to load something. To check if it will work. So where is it? Feature packs, no. Engine samples, no. Templates, no. Where should I store? I never figured this, like where should I put the Unreal Engine stuff, because I have to sort out something in Unreal Engine. So this is showing folder. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Awesome. So I'll just paste it over there. Will it show? No, it won't show. Yeah, here it is. So I'll just take it aside on my second monitor. Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. Actually, it not only that it worked, but I also, while I was doing those panels, I noticed that someone was watching from US and assumed it might be you. And when you wrote me, it kind of, validated itself, you know, that yeah, indeed someone was watching. And that was cool. I mean, I didn't know that they are working like that. That was interesting, really. What did happen? Oh, I mean, forgive me, guys, but whenever I see someone following on Kick, I cannot take it seriously, so I'm always assuming it's a bot. So if you're not a bot, feel free to either subscribe on my YouTube channel or following me on Twitch. Otherwise, I just believe they're bots. Yeah, because they are, mate. They are. But once it happened that I assumed it was a bot, and he wrote like, "No, it's not a bot. It's me." Yeah, or like, in the sense like, "Okay, I'm a bot," you know. Let me have that like that, maybe, Now, yeah, maybe I'll be wrong. I hope then they won't take it that like I don't want to insult anyone or in any of that sense, but it's just how it is. I mean, there are lots of bots over there, and whenever someone follows from there, I just don't feel the need to say thank you, because I would like to. I mean, I appreciate whenever someone follows, So, thanks for that. But when they do so on Kick, I don't take it seriously. It's my point. Being able to talk to someone about modeling is a big plus for me. The streamers I used to watch are gone, and now I'm doing big things. So, no one to watch and chat things. So about modeling anymore for me. I don't know. I mean, that's one thing. Like, I don't know. I believe I'm saying this probably too often, but probably because they're more or less new people all the time. It's just maybe me that I feel like I'm repeating this all the time. But what I have said many times is that I would have streamed whether I've been working something or not, because when I'm working on a project, still I would be able to stream, and if I'm not working on a project, I would be most probably streaming what I'm doing. So it's kind of a win-win situation where I don't see like there's any downfall to it, really. It's just like a means for getting to know more people and discussing about 3D, you know. But yeah, I can understand when people are having like 8 hours job and they wouldn't be able to do much streaming. That I completely understand. Once I've been doing like 2 jobs simultaneously. I was working at a studio, and still I would come home and continue working on my projects in 3D wise, projects I got. So yeah, I'm not gonna cut this actually, or can I? It's not gonna be welded, so I'm just gonna definitely cut it here. Let me check one thing. Have I not made it? Yep. I forgot that thing. Let me go back to the app and read it. So the streamers friends I used to talk to and watch working at like Riot and or Respawn, so they're usually always in the studio working, so not a lot of time to stream. I can understand that 100%. Like I have a friend of mine who's working in Pixamondo, like you know, heaven for 3D artists, and he's not really able to do any of this. Like it's not possible for him, so I can pretty much understand that. And how you wouldn't, like, you know, that's how it is. So these should be yesterday I was talking a lot, man. At one point I was thinking, okay, I'm talking too much, maybe I should slow down a bit. I can get carried away like that, uh, especially when we touch on a subject that probably is dear to me and I feel like I have something to say. It's not often though that it happens, but okay, we have an issue here. Look at that. And that's one thing about UV mapping. You always need, yeah, you will always kind of re-evaluate your work while you're UV mapping. So don't take it too hard on yourself when something is off. It can happen always, and it's hard really to have everything perfect, but it's important that once you notice it, you go back, you fix it. And after all, it's not like a big issue. It's not like it will twist the geometry or anything. It's just a flat surface where really nothing is going on. Yeah, like one very good artist in the VFX industry, he says streaming is like being good at talking to yourself, because most of the time it's pretty much that. So that's one thing that, you know, that I'm all too well aware of. So it's kind of, I'm reluctant against speaking, you know, like that, like on my own. But sometimes, now I don't want to get too much philosophical about it, but we kind of, everyone, each of us does it, you know. Maybe you're not saying things out loud, but most certainly you're definitely, your mind is racing, you know. So let's try some. Anyway, let's leave it as it is. I'll just box this out. They'll be anyway reconfigured in Maya, so no point in me doing them now. You see, Wiley, what I was talking about previously about, you know, you see that? That's why. That's why. So yeah. But let's leave it as it is. I mean, no need in discussing it further. I don't want to enter in those unwanted territories of, you know, potentially losing streams or whatnot due to, you know, the use of speech and all that. You get what I'm trying to say. So yeah, that's why, just in short, I have made it to be only follow mode, both on Kick, also on YouTube, and also on Twitch. It's not that I'm here to gain, I'm here for the followers or this and that. Yeah, eventually, if you're good, they will come, and if they don't, that's fine. It's just a nice consequence of having more followers. But like I've said, I would have been streaming anyway, because there is one thing I wanted to do since always. Now this is something I'm regretting very often, and I think it's touching more or less on what you do too as well, Wally, with your YouTube as well and sim racing. I will tell you that as early as in 2005, when YouTube was a baby, like an infant, just began, you know, I had a YouTube channel already, and I was already posting sim racing videos. I remember driving on keyboard around Montreal with F1 cars and showcasing world record laps at the time on what we drove, like Air Factor 1 or F1 Challenge 99-2002. So I had like lap times that were up there with the world records, and I would post those videos on YouTube. But I lost that channel back in 2012 and then began once again, and I lost that channel again and again. Like I lost twice due to copyrights issues with F1 management. And so yeah, there's no getting back your channel from that, you know. And not that it was even an option, it's just that I had like two setbacks, major setbacks when it comes to YouTube. But my point being probably is that what I'm trying to say is that since always I wanted to create content on YouTube and things like that, video editing. Now I've made the panels on my Twitch page, right? So in there, in about me, I wrote a bit more, not only about 3D, basically about what I love. So whoever comes can see, you know, like, okay, what's this person about? So in there I've also mentioned that, you know, affinity for video editing, photography, you know, those kind of things. And yeah, so yeah, I would have done anyway. My point being is that I would love to film all that I do as 3D, on 3D, so I could edit it later on, you know, and post it on YouTube. So streaming is a nice alternative where I don't have to film that and store that on my PC. I can just stream and have that on a cloud called Twitch, you know. So I'll just reuse that photo to footage to create videos and all that I always wanted to do. Except now, at this point of time, where I'm 35 and I have serious means on getting a serious job in the 3D industry, and I want to improve myself as a 3D artist, that I don't have any other time really to do sim racing as I used to do in the past. So what I do is actually just concentrate on work and try to film what I do. Now you would notice that this model wasn't really well welded, so I'll just go back. I'll pack this in one UV layout like that, and I have no idea why though they are spread like that. There is no indication why this box is taking that huge space here, which is empty, so that eventually pushes everything out. But yeah, anyway, I'll just send it to Maya. Let's see if the UV is translated here, at least for some of it. Okay, now maybe I should go back to the triple split. Yeah, so no, actually it doesn't work. And how it would, I mean, let me try one more time. Yeah, it doesn't work. So in that case, what I'll do is I'll just open new Maya, because it's very much likely that this model has some issues with the normal maps. And yeah, okay, get back. We could have easily lost that, you know, go out of control. Now I just combine this, save it like that, and reopen it here. Okay, that's, look at that. Yeah, those are okay. We don't need that. Just a sec. So let's make sure we have only what we need. This thing, nothing else. Let's see what copies again, and again it's copying everything. Now I wouldn't know why that is and how, like, why is that happening, but yeah, Actually, what I'll do is it's even better, much better though. So computer, and let's export this as OBJ. So computer, just like that, and now have it opened here, and I'm quite sure that it will have some issues. There is it, almost 6 megabytes. Yeah, you see, so it's broken to several parts, which doesn't make sense, and that's why it's quite tricky to work around, you know, with Maya, because these things can happen and they don't make any sense. Like the model, it's all fine here, as you would see it. Okay, like that, you know, there's no issues to it. There's no normal maps off, like I meant normals and all that. It's quite fine. Don't I mean, disregard completely the UV map. It's not important at this moment. But the models as they are, they're not, you know, damaged or anyhow. They're all connected well. It's all good basically. But somehow, and I don't know how and why, I cannot explain this. I'm not that knowledgeable. I wish if someone can jump in on the stream sometimes. If that happens, would be awesome. It will kind of justify all things that I you know, did on stream. Kind of, if one can tell me why that happens, and so I can have one clear understanding, so to, you know, not have it repeat every single time, that would be great. But yeah, there is no quick solution for it. So you export it as OBJ, and what that does is clearing out the whole history of the model itself and gives you one clean 3D model without any, basically. I'm just gonna use one material. Let's see what's in here. Unconnected, because we did saw some elements. Now I kind of forgot which were. Yeah, I don't need this any longer. These are fine. These should be, yeah, we can smooth them out later on. It's no big deal. And if it's hard to see, usually I do that, so you can have more contrast and more visibility in a way. And this one remains. See, now it doesn't fix the normals, so we have to set face and do it once again, and now it will work. Okay, yeah, where we are. Just a moment. I'm gonna continue in a second. I mean, I'm here just to check some things on the side. I have opened Unreal Engine on my other monitor. I need to, because I need to fix on something. But it's not loading. I have a floor in the scene, but there is no space. There is no actually shuttle, the one that it needs to be present. It's not present. That's the material. I see. Wait a sec. Okay. Yeah, just a sec, guys. Give me a moment. I'll be right on it right away. I'll be here streaming for like, I don't know, next 5 hours, I guess. Where is the model? What? Okay, I think I know what I did. So give me a moment. Uh, okay. Okay, fine. So we'll need to import this into the scene, and this is like 300 megabytes of a file. Oh my, it's gonna be uploading for an hour, I guess. Like, it's too huge. Uh, um, yeah, so let me continue. Okay, well, basically, I'm just gonna combine all this. Now, definitely, more or less, the scene is getting corrupted, so I get to save all these files one by one. And I am, by the way, by exporting all the time assets to these folders, like asset by asset, part by part. So eventually, when the time comes, I'll have the the whole car separated on pieces. Okay, so computer, let's check if there are some other yep, there is a detail there which needs to be gone. Control Shift H, it's a shortcut for my end, so we can delete all unused materials. Blin, that's the Blin, but why is the Lambert? There is no Lambert in the scene. Should be gone. This should be gone. Select objects in initial. Yep, where is that? Or is that like a default one? Anyway, it shouldn't be there. Anyway, let's try it one more time. So what I'll do actually right now is just I'll try to kind of shake it a bit. So I'll just press automatically UV mapping and have that. See, all is broken out like it is. And now I'm gonna go and try to unwrap it. I thought about going and doing this detail that I yesterday mentioned here on the car, which is gonna be very fun to do. I'd love it, when we'll achieve that. But I mean, it's no big deal anyway. But yeah, first I want to concentrate on what I have at hand and do this. Once I do this, then we can continue working on the rest of the things that we have for this vehicle. I mean, it's good to have like an order, like sorting out things one by one instead of just jumping from one to another. Sure. Quick question. When doing a high to low bake, do I need to have the low poly smaller than the high or vice versa? What you mean is actually, I believe, on the size of the scale of the model itself, like physically, the scale of it, the scales of it, right? If that's so, yeah, I mean, you need to have it just slightly, lower or higher. So what's projecting the light? It's gonna project the light from the high poly to the low poly. Those lights will be caught on the 3D model itself. So yeah, now that's always a tricky thing, and one can go back and forth, sorting out things, trying out things several times in order to get it right. And it's something that I'm not quite proficient in, to be quite honest. I never liked baking. I never liked the idea of baking and how that was done. So yeah, I really never gave much thought about it, but that's how it's done. And when clients demand it, that's when I'll do it. But or if we need to make it for something, you know, specifically for a game or I don't know what, but let's see if it works. Yeah, now it works. You see, there is the UV map transferred onto the UV layout space there. So let's go back to this. Wait, yes to which one? Yes to that you need to have two models and one has to be like scaled down or scaled up depending. For example, the low poly is always on the bottom, like beneath the, or actually on top of the high poly. So, you know, it can be baked. Yeah, so exactly. That's what I was referring to, that the low poly needs to be on top of the high poly. You're welcome. You're welcome. And I hope it works. I hope it works. Like I've said, I'm not very much proficient with baking because, like I've said again, I never liked baking, and you know, all that going back and forth to see is it working or not. I never liked it, like I've said. So for some good portion of the time of, if I have to say that I worked this for 9 years. 6 years I didn't know how to bake. 6 years I didn't know how to bake, and I just realized that also that the best ways in which you can do like efficient baking, one of the most simple and efficient ways is through Substance Painter, because after all, what I'm speaking of when I say about baking, I think of baking with Maya. So that was quite tricky, and it always puzzled me, you know, you had to adjust all these things. But when you bake with Substance Painter, it's like 2 clicks. You click that, you click this, and okay, all done. That's that. Well, I did not made it on time to make what I said I was about to make, but like I've mentioned yesterday, no longer I will have the followers and yeah, the latest events of who followed this or that. Like you can see right now on the top, you know, right corner, as you would see. I mean, you have there, you know, Kimberl, uh, but yet he's a bot, I guess. So I don't like that. So what I'll have is actually just those who made a contribution to my stream, and give shout out to those who really took time, you know, with this stream, be it through chatting or subscribing or yeah. That's what I want to acknowledge. I mean, what I believe it's worth to acknowledge. And sure enough, your name will be there. Thank you once again for the subscribe yesterday with the Prime. I never knew, like I've said, what that is and what that means actually. You know, that the fact that, for example, you wouldn't get any ads or things like that. I didn't know that was an option. Uh, One of the things I loved the most at SimSector, while developing vehicles for race room, was the roll cages. When we would be doing the roll cages and straightening out these lines here, these UI maps, basically. Like, you click R and look what happens. It was very fun. Always, I love doing that. Check, and it's done. Check, and it's done. I think that I'm gonna bring these back so I can precisely adjust them and give them out the right, how to say, to cut them right. And how many just like these I would go and do manually like that. Oh my. But it was always kind of a, you know, pleasure to do it. Like, you would go in here and you would do it, you would do these like one by one, like that, all to be green, you know, like no whites, no blues, no reds. Just try to get as green as possible, one by one. So you had to have nerves for that, you know, like, you see that? So whenever it's red or blue, it's meaning that it's either stretching too much or it's too dense, too tight. So there is just a quick solution to it like that, and these can be further adjusted like that. Now these are very small details that I'm quite sure that no one will ever notice them, like not in a million years. So, and you know what, Wally, I'm gonna tell you a funny story. While working in the studio, we came across a model. Apparently was worked by someone who was pissed off with the studio itself, not the one where I was working, but the one I think it's in Sweden, because the studio where I was working, it was a sister studio of one that was operating in Sweden. So now I hope, I mean, after all, this is a fact, this has happened. So I'm not sure why it has happened. I just said that maybe he was fed up with something, but let's not assume things. So what has happened is that working on the model, going across the model and all that, we came to a UV map hidden within the model, which had like a middle finger. The whole studio laughed about it. Like, this is a guy who was sending a model from, you know, they would send us models which we will further develop. So we are looking at this model, and somewhere into the model, obviously hidden, there was this middle finger. It was really funny. Yeah. You know, you're working in a studio, you get a model, and like, let's say like on the back side of this element, which will never be seen, someone has drawn a very small dick. I'm sorry for my language. And that was actually gonna be run in a game. Unless spotted. Yeah, these were here also. I forgot that. I had to fix them, but no biggie. Yeah, there it is. Gonna stretch it out later on. Working in a studio has so much benefits. Like, I've learned so much from the people there. And yeah, it's pretty much something that I would like to go back to. Not that studio in particular, but working like that, you know, with many other And one other thing is that kind of gives me not confidence, so to speak, but I began using Substance Painter to this extent I'm using now, like only 6 months ago. So, and it was great fun since, but previously all that I've been texturing through Photoshop. So, to hear yesterday that one of the best artists in the world, they're all doing texturing through Photoshop, mainly through Photoshop, was kind of cool to hear, let's say. I don't necessarily put myself along those. I want to be, I strive to be, but you know, there's a lot of work to do to get there. It's what I believe. I'm going to bang my head against the wall. I hope not. I wish I could understand why I'm getting these baking artifacts. Oh yeah, and I wish I could have helped you with that, but like I've said, just because, like, literally for those kind of moments is why I don't like ever, you know, like baking. Hey Wally, sorry for that. I mean, I was a bit on mobile phone. Have to attend like 3 weddings in like a span of a month. So you fixed that. That's great. Note to self: don't touch max rear distance when baking. Yeah, I mean, one can only learn like that through, you know, issues, basically. Like Mario Andretti would say, your fellow countryman with origin from Italy, if all is under control, you're not going fast enough. So when you have issues, that's when you're pushing, you know, when you're learning and growing. So that's all too well. Do you have a delay enabled on the stream? I believe yes, like 10 seconds maybe, something like that, but I wouldn't know if the connection is slower than that. Yesterday we had quite windy times, and whenever it's like that, the connection is known to have some slight issues like instability, and pretty much it's in other words, it's not quite reliable, so to say. So well, why on I have a 10 seconds delay, or why about the internet issues? Delay isn't a buffer. I think, yeah, I get what you're trying to say. I think I do not have any delay. I think I have like made it to have to be like real time, as much as that it can be, you know. So in that regard, I don't think there is a delay. Stats says 15, so it's there is actually a delay. It takes 15 seconds before you respond to chat. Oh that's a good point, mate. That's a very good point. Just a sec. I'm here. I'm just trying now to alter something that Good Ali has just pointed out to me, which is kind of quite important, because OBS actually. So should say stream delay in there. Where is it? So go to settings, file, settings, stream. There is no in here. You have to restart stream to update delays. Video bitrate, audio bitrate, video encoder, encoder preset, audio encoder, maximum replay time, maximum memory replay buffer. There is 20 seconds here, but this is not active, this is not turned on. On video output scale, it says 2000 by 864 pixels, aspect ratio 42 by 18. Go to advanced section in settings. Advanced, okay, I'm there. Stream delay enable, it says it's disabled, but duration here it says 20 seconds. Estimated memory usage 50 megabytes. Retry delay, maximum retries. Enable browser software acceleration. Automatically reconnect, enable, okay. Stream delay disabled. There is no enable delay. Maybe it's just the internet. Yeah, it's not clicked. The stream delay, it says enabled, but there is a box to it, and the box is empty, like there is no tick to it. So I figure it's disabled. Duration 20 seconds, estimated memory usage. If I enable it and I make it like 0, do you have dynamically change bitrate to manage congestion better on the network? I believe I do. A few days ago I was looking for a tutorial on how to optimize my stream, and I believe I've made just that what you are referring to. Give me a moment. So that was in advanced, I guess. That will cause it. Is that checked? Do you have dynamically changed bitrate? I think I do, because yeah, I'm not sure. I won't speculate. Let's check. So can you please navigate me? Where should I go? Because I'm not really familiar with all these things. It throttles your bitrate even if you have good internet connection. Hotkeys, sources, network, automatically reconnect, stream delay. That's not it. Video general, process priority normal. Under stream delay. Automatically reconnects. That's what I have. Automatically reconnect option, like enable it, disable it. Maybe in the stream tab. No, that's destination. Let me show it like this. Here. Or nah, it's better like this maybe. I will just in a moment. So okay. Aha, I see what you mean. Wait a second, why don't I have something like that? Where did the Discord went? Okay, advanced network. Yeah, it's clicked, but I have no clue how to. Why I cannot click on it? Look, like it's closed. Maybe it's because I have to stop streaming, I guess. You're live, that's why. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna just do these and I'm gonna restart the Twitch. Okay. So let me check. I heard some messages, but where are they? Let me research a little more in case there's another setting that could be causing the delay. So if needed to uncheck multiple things, it can be done at once. Thank you, Wally. I don't know how to. Yeah, I mean, thank you a lot. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. What is your internet speed up and down? 100 with 50 megabytes. Let's sort out these cables. It's gonna be fun. I always loved doing that. So these two. Okay. Okay, you will be fine then. We can try this setting first. Go to Twitch Creator Dashboard Settings. Let me check that now. So, one thing at a time. So, Twitch Creator Dashboard Settings. And then Stream. And then latency. I have low latency there, and there is no third option down. I already have selected low latency. It says best for near real-time interactions with viewers. That's what's selected. Yeah, I'm just gonna now restart the stream quickly. Hi. Is it responding better? That's great. That's great. That's much better. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I tried scaling the curve. What a nonsense. Okay, back to work. I need to do an ID map now. Yeah, that's cool about ID maps. You can then alter them and play with them in whichever way you like in Photoshop. You know, add effects, masks, and whatnot. That's one of the cool things about, one of the best things about baking that I love, personally speaking. Talk about delay, stream elements over here with the 20-minute delay for that post. Oh man, yeah. Wow, this is so much better. I don't feel like it takes a decade to get a response now. Oh man, what to say? I mean, I wasn't really aware of these things, and with your help, most certainly the stream will be just better. And I'm sure others weren't feeling the same. One thing is that, another thing is that I cannot be like, you know, all the time whenever someone writes that I'll be jumping straight away on the message and read it out loud and all that, but I most certainly and most definitely I want to pay attention to anyone whoever interacts and whatever questions they may have. that's why I'm doing the streaming. It's basically to interact with people, not to feel too not bored. I'm not bored with what I do. I love what I do, but in a way, like, not feel lonely, you know. So, and not that I am lonely, but you know, I just want to have some company while working, and meanwhile sharing all that with fellow 3D artists, and maybe you just get an idea on, you know, how things may be or should be done. For example, like yourself yesterday when you came, and with the suggestion that you had on the Porsche and the computer, the ECU, yeah, component, you know, and the fact that you're developing your own game, that's very cool. That's very cool. That's what I am about. So yeah, of course you can be snappy, but when we are having a direct conversation, it does get annoying waiting 15 seconds to talk. Absolutely, absolutely, it does. I can just assume that. Of course, nobody would like to wait, you know. Why would they, right? So and it's not that will they be willing or not, it's just they don't have to wait. So now let's make these cables. So I'm gonna combine them, stop whatever UV layout is working in the background, and readjust these. Now this is the back. Okay, let me just go quickly and check them out, because I'm seeing this, and this is not really how this should go. So it's this is way too much geometry on these cables here, so I'm gonna decimate them as much as really needed. Now I don't have. Let me check actually. Yeah, there is kind of an issue on YouTube now that it says upcoming live stream while I'm live streaming, and there is a live stream already on my channel, but in the same time there is another like video saying upcoming stream, so it doesn't make sense much. And unless in a short any view comes up there, I'm gonna have to check this twice and like probably restart the stream itself. All cables should be cut from behind. So okay, what do we have here? Aha, I see. So that needs fixing. This one needs to. It's not unwrapped. It's not unwrapping how it should be unwrapping, so that's pretty much down to the same problem. And we're gonna go around it just like that. This one again, the same. Okay. I'm gonna go back and sort this out. The geometry of theirs, I mean. This one too. It seems like none of these have been clearly yeah, we don't need this. What's with you? Same issue. Okay, it seems that YouTube is still it's working again. Let's not confine this into specific brackets. Let's have it open stretch like that. Caps lock off. Let's not make it too much out of it. I'm gonna still go back and try to re-edit all that. There is inconsistency into the geometry there, which I don't like. That too. But you get the idea on how this works. So let's pack it all, send it back, check it. Yep, they're sent. And now let's just go and see which one was troubling. Yep, there it is. So it's pretty much intertwined. We need to do this. And there you go. Well, when you've seen these as much as I have, you pretty much know straight away how to fix these. Lone White Dog. Hi mate, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the follow. With the help of here of Wally, I believe the stream has been bettered, and yeah, sure enough, that resulted in very quick response, I guess. Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking. So yeah, I missed remodeling. Have not been able to get my hands on the software, sadly. Hi there, fellow 3D artist. I assume you've been working in Maya as well. TV Wally says about to give up on this shading problem. At this point, it depends, mate. Only if what you're set to do justifies, you know, the means to continue grinding on that part, and you know, to try to make sense of it. If it's not that important, just leave it out. But if you are genuinely trying to understand how those work, then that's something else. And now I have actually just imported the space shuttle that I'm trying to fix here. So this is physical asset. Okay. And let's see what the problem is here. Okay, something very bad is with this ship. This is not how it's supposed to look like. Guys, just a moment. Yeah, this is gonna take a time, I guess. I mean, this model is so big, like the geometry is so dense and whatnot, and why the hell? Oh my, it's black by default. That's not how it should be. Why that's happening? We don't have any. Okay. I'm just trying to do something here. Bear with me for a moment. So, which one is which? Let me try to sort this out. Best. And sort by, yeah, by name, but why I cannot see. Okay, so this is the first one. I'll have it here. Let's see if this works. Okay, something is quite off here. Yeah, that's the outer. Yeah, I'm gonna try and open different material here, different scene actually. So I have this one in particular. The dang baker is eating pizza side cut out of my model. Welcome to the party mode of something is off here. Both require it and trying to understand what I'm doing wrong. A lone white dog. So you haven't told me. You work in Maya? Or you working specifically something in 3D? Or have worked in the past, maybe? Because you mentioned that you miss it. So I only figure that you've been doing this in the past. The high poly was overlapping the low, causing weird problems. Yeah, that would be quite obvious. I mean, that's why I haven't suggested or assumed it might be the problem. But yeah, you cannot have anyhow the low poly or the high poly protruding, you know, into the low poly. Otherwise, that geometry will not be caught on the baking whenever it's baked, you know. So let's take these one more time and see if they are gonna be fine this time around. So run, edit, yeah. When I press R, they should just do this, like automatically straighten themselves. And yeah, pretty much they are all. So this is quite good to go. And let's flip these. So pack them one more time, and the cables are good to go. Yep, they are. Now delete these because these are not really needed. Where's the other one? There's the other one. Let's see where this is actually. Yeah, this one is needed. And yeah, let's not go that much into those details. Not really mattering much. Gonna combine this all now once again. Gonna take some time. I mean, after all, this is a quite big model. People are usually working on something like this for a week probably. So I'm trying to do this like in 2 days, to texture it and all that. So let's not rush it. I'm gonna take it quite slowly, you know, with care, and gonna try to do all the details that are kind of necessarily important in that sense. Oh, these are okay. Let me just take these out of the picture. Do that with those. There was a control where you can just kind of, you know, select all and give them the kind of command so they would be realigned automatically at the size they need to be, but I'm just too lazy to see what that was actually, and instead I'm just doing this. It's kind of more satisfying, yeah, to just maybe waste time like that. Not really smart, eh? When we pack them, we will see which one is okay. So I have parts that are not really opened. So how the hell did these came here? Like all these blue. Yeah, I was on phone. Sorry for that, fake pivot. Welcome on the stream. It's been a while. Glad to have you here. The plugin is called UV Headus Layout. It's what we used in developing the AAA vehicles standard, how to say, blah blah blah, for race room. We use that there, so it's pretty much a tool that is kind of, my point being probably what I want to say, that it's validated, you know, and used worldwide, I guess, by studios for unwrapping UV maps. Fake pivot, I hope you were there. I haven't responded too late. Thanks. Now I'm trying to make them all, you know, like uniformly precise with the UV map wise here. I'm gonna like to, you know, make these ribs here around that. So I want to try to be as close as possible I can be in order to achieving that and making that just believable, you know. Do you work with a mouse or a tablet? I work with tablet on my laptop when I use my laptop. When I'm working on the PC, I'm using mouse because given the ultra wide monitor and the secondary one, it gives me more control. With the pen, with the mouse, actually with the tablet, I don't have as much control when working on that wide screen. So yeah, but I'll actually tell you that it doesn't make any difference for me when it comes to 3D modeling. What it would make difference, I assume, would be when you're trying to sculpt something like a character. And yeah, from all the long sessions that I've done quite a lot of sessions in the past, like 10 hours a day working on something. So working on the pen, I can say that after a while I had a pain on my finger, like on the, it's not the pinky finger. I think it's the how do you call the finger next to the pinky, you know, like index, which one was it? I'm not sure. I don't know, the way the pen folds, it's after ring finger. Yeah, the ring finger. So after a while, when like 8 hours working with the pen, maybe if that's just me, maybe pressing too much, maybe, I don't know, but I have like a pain on that finger. So for long sessions I don't even like the pen, I like the mouse more. Hi Lori, welcome there. Yeah, that one too. I can get a pain on the wrist sometimes, not always. There was a time just recently, there was a moment actually just recently, I meant to say, that I did had pain like that you mentioned, guys. And yeah, I mean, after a while, like, it's, I assume, just normal. I mean, one has to make pauses, you know, make a break for an hour or something like that. But let's say now this, I mean, like I've mentioned just in a moment, I'm trying to make all this computer, like all these details that usually someone would do, like, I don't know, in a week. Now I'm trying to push it out like in a day or two. So it's kind of really too much, maybe I should take it easy and you know all that. So what I mean to say is that after 9-10 hours working for a day on a, like 2 days in a row, the third day I'm gonna have a problem with my ring finger or with my elbow, depending what I'm using. Either it's if it's a pen or if it's the mouse. So I mean, in any way, it's not a pain like that. You know, you cannot endure it or something serious. It's just inconvenient, like a fly bothering you. You know, something like that. I've never used pen for modeling. Didn't even know that was a thing besides organic modeling. I even got myself a glove for the pen, and I thought that it's gonna be actually very cool for. At least my friends are interested in seeing that. For example, they would like to see how it goes when I'm drawing with a pen, and whenever I do that, they're like, "Wow, you know, you're skilled and this and that." But it just after a while you get very much comfortable with it, right? You get how to move, you know how it works. For example, it's not like with the mouse you have to drag it like that. With the pen you just point in that direction and it's just immediately over there. So you need to kind of get some to be used to it for a day or two, and whoever hasn't worked with it, for them it's quite interesting to see. So I thought about having a camera specifically showcasing only that kind of area, where I'll have probably, I plan on getting at least a bigger pan, so I can showcase that as well. I mean, that might be interesting, right? Every studio I've ever worked for had a pen marking menus are, that are much faster than shortcuts, just a flick on of the wrist. Absolutely, yeah. I have like, how much they are? Like one, two, three, four. Yeah, I have four shortcuts on my tablet. I mean, it's not any fancy tablet. It's just, and it wasn't cheap. I mean, for my standards and for the standards we have in Macedonia and the equipment we can have, like the most expensive tablet we have in here, it's 3,000 euros. The one that I'm using, it's 250, something like that, euros. So uh, what I mean to say is that it's a decent one. I'm using it now for since 2017 actually, and never failed me. Never failed me. Never had any problem whatsoever with it. It's Vacom Intuos, however that's pronounced, Intuos. Um, yeah, and it's very cool. It's very cool. I have photos of it using it, and you can see actually Lori, fake pivot. Um, just a few hours ago, I managed to create panels, edit the panels on my about page on Twitch, and if you just flick and go over there right away, you would see I have also attached a photo of my desktop, and you would see actually the tablet that I'm using, which is attached to my laptop. So yeah, actually maybe I can just show you instead. Like channel, where is it? Like, yep, there it is. So there it is. You see? So this is my working space. And that's the tablet I'm using. It's a decent one, really. Hey, Biwa. Hi there. One of the top 3 guys in terms of like contributions, which is gonna endorse my space in the top right corner. After this stream, I'll focus something on a bit more on editing those yeah, placements. Hi Biwa, what's up? How's it going? That's good. That's good. Yes, I should have it just like that over there. Sometimes it's in the middle of me working, so TV Wally, I'll tell you, I don't know what happened, but after we have switched with you know, the editings with the settings on Twitch, I'm getting kind of lower viewership on YouTube. No idea why, but it shows 2 different videos. It shows that I'm going to go live in short, and that I'm already live. So it doesn't make sense really. I mean, and this shouldn't be because of that, but for some reason it is, and it doesn't make really sense. I don't know why it's that, but yeah. Anyway, let's go back to what is meaningful, and that's developing this computer finally. So what are we left with? We have to make these. Okay, that's quite a lot. So I rather speed up here. There's gonna be a lot of rearranging into Maya itself. Okay, that's flip. No, that's not flip. That's actually, I know what it is. Somehow I forgot to take that as well. Well, that's YouTube fault. So their system broken. Yeah, absolutely it is. I second that opinion. Now about this. 3D wise, I just spent 10 hours on modeling this piece, 5 hours designing and testing for collisions, 5 hours modeling. Oh yeah, collisions. Oh man. Here's what Biba's working on. He's working, I guess, on his robot, and this is like fine details on it. Like, nice work. I'd say only that there is too much geometry on it. That's one thing I would clear it out, because it's unnecessarily too dense. But other than that, it's awesome. Does polygon really matter when it's not for a game? It doesn't whatsoever, but it does for rendering, regardless. So whenever you are trying to render this out, geometry is pretty much crucial, if not one of the most important things when it comes to load and how much time it takes for something to render. Among the other like factors like resolution of the render itself, which is something that you can control easily. The geometry, if it's not quite optimized, and if you spend too much on too many unnecessary parts, it's gonna take ages. So, and then that's something that cannot be fast altered, you know. So just as a constructive advice, that one should be really mindful when is doing any geometry, basically, to try to make it as slow poly as possible without altering any designs that one had in mind. For example, if you want to have it really smoothed out, make it smoothed out where it matters, but the rest, clean it out, because it's not really necessary. I thought light sources volumetrics are huge. No, they don't. I mean, they do, obviously, all of that does, of course, all of that adds up, but the geometries as well, pretty much a tough cookie, so to speak. For example, the racing seats that I've done, I had quite a lot of geometry on those, and one static image of that was rendering in about 45 minutes at 4K resolution, only because of the geometry. There are a lot of factors. I mean, if you go now to, you know, try to dissect all that, you might say that it doesn't matter, but it does, you know. But of course, if you don't care about, for example, to try to sell yourself as an artist for, you know, how to say, something that needs to be optimized and all that, then in that case, don't bother whatsoever. But just as a thought that might serve you well is to try and have that. Oh no, I know. Actually, VFX, that's quite different. But that's the thing. In those kind of industries, they don't care about the geometry. On the contrary, they can ramp up that to the highest possible, you know, smoothing and whatnot, because they don't care. They would use rendering farms and they would render out whatever they want within a day, because they have the power to do so. I'm speaking more or less like indie stuff. For example, Biba here would like to pretty much make an animation of that. And if he's doing it in, let's say, software which is not Unreal or something like that, it's gonna take a while more than what it would take if he had less geometry. few days ago I had a client from Germany giving me a pouch of water, of actually of a drink of a kind. His pouch had 4 million polygons. It was useless, I'll tell you. It was useless, literally. And he wanted it to have it for visualizations. Yes, you can have it for visualizations, but good luck to anyone who's trying to fix that. The whole geometry was not really optimized. He wanted to be further optimized, and from whoever he bought that model, what he bought actually is a smoothed, entirely smoothed out geometry, which was by the time I got that was pretty much useless. So now good luck to me trying to explain to him why that is. He just doesn't understand. Yeah, Biba. I mean, don't get me wrong. With GPU now, you can fly. Of course, the same renderings I've been referring to, the ones about the chairs. I too have done renderings within like a minute with denoiser and the latest GPU I got. But previously, relying on CPU alone, yeah, it was a different matter. But yeah. The industry moves fast, the technology moves fast, even faster probably, you know. Just lately I heard about Blender that they have now something integrated in how the software would work with multiple cores, and that it's gonna be even faster. So if you guys know more about that, feel free to share. I don't know much about it, but yeah, exactly. Definitely dependent on context. But also very much important when it comes to a clean, easy workable model. Otherwise, you know, you might get quite lost on that. I'm just at 9 million trees at the robot, 4.5 million vertices faces. Oh my. Oh my. Let me see how much I have with the whole car here. It's not finished. It's like 175,000 faces. It's not even, it's far from 500,000. So, and it's still, I would say, high poly. I wouldn't go further than this. And that's about pretty optimized stuff. Where, for example, why would I need here more like this, you know, like what you have? You basically have like these, so we don't need these. You know, you can easily just remove them. They're not really necessary, and they wait on the files and whatnot. Yeah, subdivided. That's the only way you get 4 millions. I remember the first time I saw like high poly model and those beautiful V-Ray renderings, wireframe renderings. Sorry, I meant to say. So I'm looking at the geometry. I'm like, who the hell had the time to make all these lines so perfectly well aligned and all that? But I was clueless. I was just a beginner. I didn't know yet how to extrude and you know those kind of things. Literally just weeks into 3D. And the professor that I had at the time, he just laughed. He didn't say a word. But years afterwards, I realized those models I can easily do as well if you just hit, you know, smooth. So that's how you would get them. But yeah, I wasn't aware of that, and I was so much in awe of that. 1 million trees. Oh my, oh my. How big is the file in megabytes? I'm genuinely curious about that. $50 megabytes. Well, that's quite impossible. That doesn't make much sense. I expected of you to say like 200 megabytes. I mean, my car, this one, has pretty much the same size, and I'm not sure I have attached many textures, if any. I don't know, maybe I'm just wrong on that, or really not quite sure. Yeah, it's pretty much around there. Oh no, look at that. Now I have almost, yeah, 732,000. How would it be pronounced? I'm close to million, given all the details. I forgot that I haven't turned on these. Well, that's the thing. Now, for example, if I had to deliver this car for the studio I was working on, I would have to cut 500,000 of polygons in here. The vehicles we were doing, they were at maximum of 180, in excess of 190 probably, but not more than that. This one has 700,000 polygons already. But yeah, I have this. So I have this alone with only one which has 45, and that's only that's how much? 200,000 only on the brake rotor discs, which are never gonna be seen. That's like 30% of the car only in that, because I have bevels and all that on the inside in here, which is not really necessary, but still, and this is quite really unnecessary. Maybe. But yeah, the hell with it. We are making these things because we want to, not because we have to. So I understand you. How much were the poly for a car in race room? 180. 180 was the max. With 180, and that's actually what yeah, and the vehicle that I have done, this one, so this one has had, you know, that much. That's why you see here there are no tops closed off. I left it like that, you know, because it's not gonna be visible, so it's not important. Whatever it's not visible, it's not important. So that's why at the back I also have these like they are, you see. They're just protruding, going into. Now, this is going to be quite slightly more visible from the back, so I have dedicated a bit more time on beveling, adding a bit more, just a little bit more of welding and things like that. But the further you go on the inside, you see it's all shallow like that. You see there is no like real connection to it. So like, look at this, what I did with this, how much geometry I spent on this, which is not going to be really noticeable at all. It's just a fuel cap at the back of the car, but I wanted it to make it, you know, with detail, and bevels and like, why the hell do I have here a double like that? Come on. Yeah, that one. Okay, the camera is tripping like that. I don't need that. I can just easily turn them off. That's alone. How much? 8 faces. 8, 16, 32, 64. So 64 faces needlessly, you know, just in this piece. I mean, and these as well. Here. You can just easily like that turn them off. It won't make any difference whatsoever. It's loading the textures now. So all that is quite unnecessary. These here like that. Let me show you, so just in a moment. These are completely unnecessary. Like that. They can be just removed. That can be removed too. It won't make any difference whatsoever. Well, I will most certainly go and try to salvage what I can salvage. What I can save. For example, I'll try to, you know, what I did here, I'll try to make with most of the models to see what I can just, you know, save few faces here and there, you know. But like I've started out and said in the very beginning, I'm not gonna make this really to be, I'm not gonna be too mindful of that. I'm gonna make it more towards the high poly, but not overwhelmingly, you know, too much high poly, like having millions of geometry. So I will most certainly pass the mark of 1 million, because I still need to add details on the right side, need to flip them. We'll have more details with the engine. This will be opened up, and in here there are more details that I want to add. I have a 3D scan of this vehicle which has which will allow me to add more details. So I'm gonna have some cables here going on, some details furthermore at the back. I will see at how far will I get with that, because I don't have clear indications on how the engine will be, other than just a few references like these that, yeah, you see I cannot see much. So I'll make these, I'll have some like a tube in there, these cylinders in here, cables thrown out all around, but I don't necessarily know exactly how this is. And I'll try to make these turbines here, the radiators, with these pipes and going in this big hole, like tube, whatever that is, a cylinder. So I'll try to make these cables at least. So there's gonna be pretty much a lot more work and a lot more geometry. So this is definitely gonna go above 1 million. Considering I haven't yet finished the racing seat. And you can see how low poly I've made the racing seat before. So I'm gonna add much more geometry in this, like bevels on the corners, smoothing this out, cutting this out, making like this in depth like that, pushed more, and so on and so on. So yeah, definitely I'll need to cut out some things later on, but yeah, we'll see about that. I mean, just at these I have like 20 I have 212 sorry, 108 edges only at this alone, and it's completely really unnecessary. Like, I can leave it like that. Who will ever tell a difference? Can you guys tell a difference from this to that? I mean, there is none. So I've just cut how much? Now it's 68. But I have 1, 2, 3, 7, 11, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 23. I'm sure I have somewhere in here. So let's go like this. I have come down from 108 to 68. That's 40 faces per one bolt. Let's say I have an excess of 25 of them. So 40 multiplied by 25, there is only thousands of faces alone wasted in that entirely not required, not needed detail that I can save. So that, if you can, that should be deleted. That's how I'm trained. That's how my mind works. And that's, I don't like to brag, to say that's the perfectionist in me. No, but it's just, I believe what's right, you know. 50 megabytes, as I said, yeah. Given the fact that this model is more or less about 1 million, then it makes sense. Subdivision is a modifier which just says subdivided, yeah, but doesn't save the new polys in the file as it would. Yeah, I get that. That's very convenient. It's pretty much the same. There is a with Maya, for example, we have yeah, this. If I smooth it out, it will look what happened. You know, 2272 if smoothed out. Like this, 142. So that's that. And then there's the lights that we need to fix. That was, oh great, this is something I can make a tutorial about. For example, when you have issues like this and this set face here control is not working and doesn't fix this, but it should, like this, like it's fixing right now, but it's not fixing it. What can fix the problem is you delete the face, you select that, and the whole model is reset. Maya sometimes can trip up really, and those things can happen, but okay, where were we? So the computer on the other here. However, not applying it costs a bit of rendering time. Yeah, man. Yeah, Biba. I'm just saying that one should be mindful and not really just spreading out all that geometry, which is not really necessary. But we all have our each owns how to say workflows, I guess. But yeah, for the sake of decent optimized model, I'm just saying that one should care about that. Yeah, fake pivot, that's a neat trick which I came across very, you know, by an accident. I didn't really mean to realize how that can be fixed, but custom normal data in Blender took me some time to figure it out. Then yeah, I'm not very much proficient in Blender, so I wouldn't know what that is. I wish I did, but and Biba, don't get me wrong, or anyone. I mean, I'm not trying to brag about it or anything, literally, about the way anyone is doing its works. I'm just saying that given the experience with the AAA studio, where we had to be mindful of, really, because after all, it was you know, for our use of a game in a game, we had to be mindful of the geometry, and it really went to a very we went a long way, I want to say, that we were trying to optimize these models as much as we can without altering any of the geometry given on the vehicle, so to be, you know, as believable as possible. So whenever whoever of us is playing that game, whenever he sees the model, he won't say, oh, this is quite low poly, you know, but it will make you, you know, it will sell you the realism simulations are trying to sell. Yeah, so that's pretty much all about it. Okay, now that everything is opened, I'm gonna, let's unwrap all these. That is not willing to be flattened. That means that I have a double edge somewhere in here. Is that the case? We'll see in a moment. Okay, the cursor is tripping a bit. It's giving me two sudden moves without doing much of a movement. Same issue got there, I think. Which one? Yeah, these won't be welded like that. This is now resembling of a spread frog. Or I'm just imagining things. Come on. Just a sec to have some water. I haven't any since early morning. The end is near of this model, almost there. Few things have left for us to do, and we can dive into texturing. Given the importance of the geometry itself as well is the UV mapping. If one has a too dense geometry, it will be harder to unwrap the UVs. So, I mean, it's a rule of thumb basically. Like, unless you don't need to, unless one doesn't need to make UV maps, doesn't plan on texturing a model, needs to have a clear and well sorted geometry. The whole workflow is just much easier. But surely it can be done with more geometry, except it will be slightly more tricky. But other than that, it's now this is an issue here, but we're gonna fix it easily once I have all these finished. Okay, you don't want to work, you will work. Yeah, just like that. Today, Wally has pointed out to me a quite important thing which so far no one has, or probably no one noticed that. Or if you have, let me know if I'm right. He said that it was quite inconvenient that I had quite a big delay from when messages are written on the channel, on the chat, and the time that it gets me to respond, because apparently there has been a delay, quite big delay of 15 seconds on the stream, only because of some setting I have applied a few days ago, not knowingly that will produce such issue. And now I believe that's not the case any longer. So big shout out to Wally, who has helped me sort that out. I hope this works. And again, for whoever wants to join, I'll have this pinned on the top of the message on the chat, just like that. Or is it pinned? Yeah, it's pinned. Well, Oleg 3D streams from Australia. It takes like 20 seconds from sending to his response. So he pastes a link, and 20 seconds later he tells, I'll paste the link 1 second. Well, I haven't noticed that. Lori, I will, man. I will just in a moment. But you know, the thing is right now that regardless of what I do, I don't have much of a work done in Maya itself. It was all being done in this software, in this small app. So there is no means how you can save in this one. I mean, there is, but it's not quite efficient. Meaning, when you try to load it up, you cannot load it up. So it's either you do it in one go or don't do it at all. So, but we'll see how if it works out or not. It should. I hope it will. I hope it will for the sake of the stream and anyone watching, and for the sake of me not turning up as a fool. I hope it works. Jesus, how many of these are? What the hell? Okay. Pretty much the moment of truth now. Okay. Oh, there is one more thing here. Hey, you little one. No. Yeah, finally. There we are. So let me just delete that now and just delete that altogether. Actually, I'm gonna go and delete all that. I have really forgotten just how much geometry I'm wasting on these elements, so I'm gonna try and cut what I can cut right now while I'm here. These, what's this? I mean, this is completely unnecessary. So Moment of silence, eh? Yeah, just did. 23%, 25, 26, 28. Okay, let's see what happened. Is that all? Yeah, I believe that's all. Epileptical warning. Yeah. Let's see what has happened and whether all these objects are yeah, they're so scattered all across the map. I feel like they're not how they're supposed to be, but apparently they are. But there is so much space here which is left. Maybe I can alter and use it for some smaller things once we bring that back in Maya. If it works, but it won't. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. Be right back. Okay. Let's open up the computer I have just exported. So there it is, work in progress. Computer. This is what we are building. The computer next to the driver, right over there. So we have this. Let's close this off. And I was experimenting something for the first time to see if it works or not. Where we are, there it is. So a few maps in here were off, like that. Yeah, that's with the, I know what that is. And these are these. So what I'll quickly do is have these be opened like that, camera based. And I'm smaller. It's pretty much all these small models. It's on the inside. Should I care? Should I not? Yeah, let me just actually. Yeah, maybe in the middle will be the best. Like that. Have this. Pretty much the same. Maybe I should have select the. Have the. You know, the mirroring effect. Warning for epileptic. How did Biba said? Yeah, so I'm gonna do the same. Whoever hates that, feel free to look elsewhere. I'm gonna have the same thing run again. I'm gonna cut you. You wanted it or not? Okay, here we go. Let's try the same thing again. I've never did it before. Haven't done it before, so now I guess one for map size res 4K. I will go optimize all clear. So let's select all, and whoever hates that again, overlap off on. Yeah, it should be off so they don't overlap. Run for. Oh, we have a minute here, so I'll leave 4K. I'll leave 4 minutes, just enough time to, yeah, to have this be done properly. This is interesting. I'm gonna film it for. That's so cool. It has most certainly have unwrapped everything, but 4K now. Yeah, I guess there's no way how to make it 4K all that, or it does, but that's something else, I guess. Yeah, let's pack them once again, but not the way I did it, just differently, you know, the old good way, how I used to, like that, simple as that. So no epileptical warnings there. Hi Vlodko, Holy crap, that looks insane. Yes, it does. That's why, guys, UI layout rocks. So, you want to fight that? Go ahead. Be my guest. Be my guest. Now, should I be that perfectionist, so to speak, and now reorder all these like in few corners, maybe use all this space? Actually, most certainly I'm gonna use all this space on the inside for computers like this fella here. Like, why not? Like, why being stuck there when I can use it like that, you know, and use more of the texture. Actually, I'm gonna cut this out like that, and just bring this up here, maybe like that, and scale it even more. Like, use as much as I can from these. Yeah, that's not gonna be welded because I haven't merged this. So now we can do that. Now let's make all these as well with some good, decent. Where are they? Oh, they're so small I cannot even notice them. So I'm gonna give them quite the space because I want to have normal maps on them. Instead of having the screws, I'm gonna have big map maybe like that. Actually, also I'm gonna overlap them, or I cannot do that, by the way. Yeah, have them there and increase them even much more. These, by the way, these also should have or should know. Yeah, it doesn't matter much. Yeah, they're the same. So where are they? There they are. So I'm just gonna go and give more space. I know that some of these might not be, you know, equal in terms of the textile density, but I don't care about that, honestly. I just want to make sure that certain objects get more details. Like these, I would like them to be bigger, so to get more texturing quality. They are gonna be visible. Where can I stack them though? Maybe on the inside, but how much can I gain there? Not much. Yeah. Actually, what I'll do is just increase them like that and then try to figure them out like this. Like, who says this is forbidden, you know? It's completely fine if you ask me. Those are fine. Now these should have quite what was the detail here? Yeah, these are the ones. So yep, definitely. So these should have quite big margin to have better quality. Where to put them now? I don't see a suitable space, maybe just there. Like that. That's pretty much what you can get. Or have these in here somehow. These being spread out here like that. This circle is gonna be, no, that's actually on the front. Should be, yeah, there. So that's on the front, and that's quite important. I have 4 others here. Yeah, 2 actually. Where are they? Oh, they're unwrapped. Okay. Well, this is tight. What else? What else? What about this? That's actually good. Yeah, this can be bigger, but actually, no. No, I'm gonna leave them out. Oh yeah, these should have decent amount of... Oh, I forgot one. I forgot one plate here that I need to add, so that's gonna be now probably an issue. Now this one should be quite big, and I'll give that amount of space here. Like that. These, and where are they? There they are. Like, that's only one. Where's the other one? Oh, on the top. All next to each other. These should be quite big because I need them to be... I mean, there's gonna be inscription on them, right? So we need to make them bigger, so to have more quality on the inscription itself. I'm gonna pack them in like that. These 2 can go right up on the inside. That should be just about enough. And one more thing that's left now, and I'll use this space in here for that, so I'll just clear this out a bit. I'll try to find suitable places for these. That's a big one. That's a big one. Can I stuck it there? Yes, I can. So make it like that. No necessary, not really necessary these to be that much spread out. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure if I have done that. Is that the same layout? I think it's the same layout. So if I have done that in Maya, let me export this just for the sake of having a backup. And now trying this here to see if it's better, if it optimizes. I think it will optimize it better. If not, we can go back. No, definitely too much unused space in the blocks. So no, manually will be better in this instance. So is anything overlapping? I think something was here. That's a bit. And okay, one more thing left, so I'll just duplicate this and delete that one. Have this made, and now let's that and optimize it like that. Combine all that. And let's just have it somewhere. Yeah, I think this is pretty much a suitable place, like perfect for it. That's great. So I'm just gonna take all these without that and have them like that. This we can rotate easily. It's all these small bits and pieces like that. They're quite irrelevant, and there's still more space, I guess, for other things that we can kind of, for example, why these are not getting like more space like that, you know? So I kind of now need, I guess, to get all these small pieces and bits there, but how much are they important really, you know? Let's see these two. I think it's good. I think it's good. We'll see how it goes. Let's stop that and export this now as computer, so we can work it out in Substance Painter. Meanwhile, let's have a go at this just quickly. So we have from the corner of here, like what we have is something like this, and going like that towards this direction there. So what I'll have basically is just why I'm hearing like I'm getting messages, but no messages are coming through. I can swear I heard a message come through, but, or actually that was, no, it wasn't that. It was something else. Still. Yeah, not sure why that happens. So make this live and have that. Yeah, so it's a panel like that, where we have in the middle going an element which is extrude. So it's pretty much simple as that. here it's better visible, it's more visible. So we're gonna go into details of it a bit later. Now I'm just gonna go and that goes all the way to the front, something like that, and comes a bit forward here, just like that, and right into the mouth of this vent. And that's gonna be optimized like that. I'm just gonna make a duplicate from this area and reattach to the panel, so it's all, you know, well, that's going almost to the bottom. So I'm just gonna actually do this. I'm gonna give additional line here. We can see that there is like a very big gap in there, like this is pretty much going out, extruded, and from here around middle of the here the light, like that vertical line starts pulling out, so we're gonna pretty much do the same. So what we need to do now is from this yeah, now this is gonna be quite tricky. So we kind of need it's basically a piece like this that comes off the side of this opening here, and Yeah, it's better if I take cylinder. So whites. I know what's the word in English. Like slow like that. Fuck's sake. Should be faster. Maybe because of that. And because of all textures done in the background. Don't need that either. Now it's better. Now we can work it. So what also we need to do is to make sure that we have the thickness this one has, like that. Which is the opening on the side of the car. Now, here it's probably bigger than it should be. So I'm gonna make it smaller. Here it's quite tiny. So, yep. It's gonna be just that much. Now this in here is pretty much smooth and just like that. This one should be much higher like that. This is interesting. Look at that. How this vehicle is. But this is actually quite a modified one. We have this angle here. We have the mirrors. We have this here. This is a bit different. We have the roof rack like that. These details at the top. The whole rear end is quite different. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. This is quite different, but it's very stylishly looking. I don't know how to say it. I like those smooth lines almost with some rigid, you know, extrusions of the model. It reminds me of some lines that would be used on a Jaguar. And yeah, look at that. That's completely low poly like that. There is no under like that gap. Yeah, Vlatko, thanks for the follow. Have you just made Twitch? Oh my, why? Yesterday, Mario told me as well from M3DS that he got suspended from Twitch as well. That's weird. I'm like, why would that be, you know? What have my fellow Macedonians done? I streamed once or twice a year ago and it got banned for spamming. Spamming where? How? You wrote comments maybe to someone? Nah, not at all. I rarely comment, and plus it was a new account just for streaming, but that ended instantly because of the ban. That's quite weird, to be honest. Copyrighted music, that's a no-no. Now I'm thinking how to approach this. So what was the side? Where was that? Yeah, this one. So we have slight up until here. This is like one piece. Like these are connected just like that. Up until here. From this point onwards, this is pretty much like outwards, like that. Now, each of them to a certain extent. Maybe that's closing there. This is gonna be tricky. This is gonna be tricky. Now, this should be much more like that, and this actually should be much lower. General, like that. Has that slope. And this is much tinier, like that. So and this is actually straight in here, so I'll just make it so. Like that. And that's quite sharp on the reference, so I'm gonna try and make the same. Like that. This is going further, like that. We have a line slope going down. This one maybe should be like that. No, this actually, the whole of it should be lower, like that. And now this is coming a bit higher, so we have that slope right there, and this following the line top, relevant to the relative to the top one. That's right. And just like that, I mean, piece by piece, we're making the whole puzzle on how this will be made. And the more we do, the more we can get to go into details and make it, you know, closer. It doesn't have to be all making, not necessarily all has to make sense from the first go, right? So now I'm thinking that it should be even higher, like that. And now that these should be all elevated a bit higher. Come, you too. Just like that. And then we have the bottom, which is something like this. This is sharp here, like here, sharp line, and we have this. So this is smooth, like this is attaching to this one. Like that. Yep, there it is. So all now it remains is that we have the outer side. Yeah, I mean, now this is gonna be tricky. It was always meant to be tricky, really. That's gonna be beveled out. I'm now trying to visualize this in my head and how this will go. So should I bevel that maybe, and then give here space for this line to come in from this other side? Like, close that, but in here in the same time give allowance for this to come through and be aligned there, but I'll do it other way around. So this will be smoothed out as well, beveled actually with one, so we have much more smoothing angle. I'm gonna delete that. It's gonna go there, these two over there, and I'm gonna make sense of it later on. For now, what I need is these two to be kind of opened up so I can realign the geometry there. So bear with me. It's a very tiny edge here, which we can just extrude like that to close it off. The front will be readjusted. I mean, I'll figure this out how it is, you know, probably higher and all that. Yeah, actually, you see this, it's not that low, but it's more like we need more geometry on the towards the front, like that. So there's kind of a curve, and then it's flat on the front. So hey, by the way, do you model from an image matched to your viewport angle and focal length like they did in SimSector? No, I'm just doing this now from an eye, how I think it's right. So yes, pretty much like that. They're more or less there. Now this is gonna be reattached to this. And we'll have one in here for that. So now what remains is this to be bridged. Now I'm gonna so where's that cut? Here somewhere. So we have we need another line here. And this needs further angle here. That's okay. Here something is off, so this is actually flat like that, and it's coming. There it is. Now it's making more sense. Now this, by the way, should be pretty much beveled like that, but the interior, it's firm, so we need to have the interior of this solidified. I'm not sure how it will go right there on the end, but pretty much like that. And this should be thicker here. We should allow more space for this, like that, to make it more natural. Have this as well, just like that. There you go. Still, we have some parts to do. So this in here, I cannot see from the top whether that's cut in half or it's not. From what I can see, it's not. This is just a panel on the side of it, like attached. So I will just realign all this here. Actually, I'm just gonna delete that. Just like that. Now, what we need to do is add more geometry on this one. That will, we don't need that. So, yeah, just simple beveling here. Furthermore, detailing like that. All that will be on the outside here. Now, furthermore, smoothing. This is a bit too high, I guess. This can be slided a bit more. This as well. Fine tune all those bits and pieces. They should be flat, not forward. So we have a downward like slope. It's not, you know, it shouldn't be like that. So at least that's what I saw from the images. Let me confirm if that's the case. Yep, I saw it good. So what we need is just these here and simply align with this here. That's it. And now we can see, and now once we did that, obviously you can see how the shapes are revealing to us one by one. So once we did that, we can also see that this circle in here needs to be much bigger. So pretty much like this, something like that. It's much more smoothed out. So it's not that sharp as we previously made it, and now it's much more with, you know, how it needs to be. Maybe this a bit higher, a bit further. Yeah, that's pretty much spot on. And all we have to do, at least what remains now to be done, maybe just add a few bevel here, one more, maybe just to have this control over the line on the top, to have it no, a bit more straightforward like it is here. So that maybe, not maybe, but that one, most certainly, like that. Delete it. Now this is smoothed out here a bit, so let's do that too. Okay, yeah, pretty much that can do. 4. I'm gonna be generous here and do kind of add more geometry to it. And I feel kind of that this is way too thin, you know, so I'm gonna try now and quickly arrange that I get all the necessary geometry on the outside and pull it off a bit, even further, so we can have something like that. Now on the inside it's a bit of a mess, as you can see, and it will require a bit of reordering here of all these things we have. It's a bit messy and not quite clear, but we can always reorder that. It's not gonna be any problem whatsoever. This is, after all, a piece on the car which is designated really for, you know, aerodynamics. It's quite static, so there is no movement to it whatsoever. We can add an edge like that, and now I can play with it and here add welding if I want to make it, you know, out of carbon or whatnot. Let's just see how this edge went, the edge that I put through this one. So where does it lead? There it is, and there is another one, so we need to sort them out. Actually, this one can be just merged with that, this with this. What do we have there? That's unrequired, so have it like that. Turn off that. Actually, no, that was pretty much needed there. It's just that, no, crap. How did that happen? Pray, guys, now that the file opens up. I'll give him a moment to settle. It's quite unstable, I can tell. It's not taking any commands, and look at that, what's happening to it? Okay, I'm not gonna risk it now. Again, OBJ, so this is gonna be sidepod. And I'm gonna continue working on it in different window. sometime in the future. We'll see about that. Yeah, let's import it. So we have side pot. Yep, there it is. What? What have I exported? I'm pretty sure that I exported this one. That's today. Okay, now it works. Jesus, look at that mess. So there is geometry in there that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Look at that. What the hell? Is it? I'm just gonna delete all that. Just like that. No need in really bothering that with that, so we can just do this. Make it small like that. Make a cut. There you go. Finished in less than a minute. So one more thing though is I'll give that touch there and slowly bend it, like lower it. It's perfect. And what I believe should be actually done, it's given more space, make it bigger like that, because and this one as well. Yeah, definitely like this, because there is a pretty high highlight there, so that's good to have. And now what will be good to have is the following. So we'll cut this like that, not cut, but I'm gonna make a duplicate out of it. And I will further extrude it outside like that, just tiny bit. I have that like a panel there. This is gonna be flattened and given most ferocious of beveling. Including that edge there. This should work, yeah. No 23, only 2. And oh well. That shouldn't happen because we have bevel, so the geometry on the end shouldn't be like it is. Yeah, even with hardening the edge, that's not working, so it means the model is pretty much damaged. So we can reset it by doing just that. Now smoothing out, it's not gonna be any problem. We can now, actually, you know, this on the inside now we don't even need it, but I'll just leave it for the sake of authenticity. I don't know. Wait a sec. Now, yep. So this, come on, I hate when that happens. So this is flattened, yeah, but on this end it's going on the inside of this, and it shouldn't be the case. It should be pretty much like that. So I'll just pin that there to have more control and do that. And now the whole piece should be much more suitable with what we're doing here. Now, a few more things have left. One is we need to combine this with that element and make a fine, nice edge alongside, you know, here, to make it really, really spot on. For that purpose, I'm gonna delete that on the inside. I'm gonna take this only with this. Let's save this as side pod. Oh my, the air conditioner is so strong on cold. Why do I get notifications that someone is writing, but I'm not getting the messages, guys? Can anyone type anywhere, whatever, like anything, just to be sure that nothing is wrong here? That's very weird. My old YouTube comments just got sent again from an hour ago. That's weird. Gonna smooth this out just to have more control. I'm gonna here join in what's not really necessary, and okay, yeah, that's not gonna work for some reasons. Lori says convert the edge to curve. Then use the curve to cut the shape. Will be cleaner than Boolean. I'm definitely not getting messages. Ah. Yes, it's possible, Harris. Why it wouldn't be possible? But yeah, you will have to... I mean, depending on the studio, wherever you work, it's possible with everything, pretty much. It just really depends on how the studio works. Lori, thanks for that, all that input, but honestly I have no idea how that's done. And to me that sounds more complicated than what I'm doing right now. Or I guess maybe I'm just used to this, so, you know. Why Blender is loved as a software and Maya being hated. Well, those who hate Maya have no clue what they're talking about, first of all. Second thing is Blender is pretty much unsupported by if you go in the deep end of it, like, and you have problems, well, you're on your own. So companies don't like to, you know, be left like that, I guess, but that's also changing because Blender is getting better and better, and the support is, I mean, the community in Blender is amazing. So, but whoever hates Maya, that's like completely unnecessary. I mean, I don't get that. Why would someone hate something? Like, that's outright stupid. Why hate something? But yeah, I know what you're talking about, so my advice would be don't listen to that nonsense. Pretty much that. And those crappy videos that you would find on TikTok, like I did this in 2 hours, I did this in 1 hour. Yeah, go ahead and do it. Please be my guest. Go ahead and do it in 2 hours. He will do it. And won't be worth a shit. Yeah, you were conditioned because that's pretty much how that's the industry standard. I mean, people wanted that or not, it's how it is. They have built-in pipelines, and I'm sure no one would like to go and wrap UVs with Blender, you know. But you know, things are evolving. Like nothing is it's set in stone. Things will change. If Blender doesn't have good UV mapping system, it doesn't mean that it will be forever. It's just a matter of time when that will be improved. Like with everything in the world, most importantly is who got first, you know, to a certain point, and people just get used to some stuff and then even harder to remove those stuff. So Blender Maya, I mean, for being standard in the industry, it's not more than companies being used to it, because many years ago Blender was not existent. You know, it wasn't existing. If Blender was around like 20 years ago, I'm pretty much sure that we wouldn't have been speaking this now. It would have been much different. So it's not as much as whether it's worth or not, it's more like who got there first. So for example, when I don't know if this makes sense now, but how many people are today doing the moonwalk? No one budges, you know, no one cares about that, because 50 years ago someone else did it and then was a very big thing. And suddenly, I mean, not only because of that, but you know, he was launched into the history like this god of I don't know what, you know. He was the first to do it, and then when everyone followed, it's just that. So it's pretty much the same with Blender. I mean, someone else has already taken that spot, you know, so it's gonna take a while, but and still it's pretty much a different thing, because this is put to practical means day by day. So if it comes a point where Blender is just too better, like too much too practical and much more efficient and so on, I don't have any single doubt that things will change and people would start using Blender even more in companies and things like that, but that's not the case. So I don't know, I mean, it's silly to hate just that, you know. For example, I'm Maya artist. I'm working with Maya, but I'm pretty much sure that whatever I do here, I'm gonna do in Blender. So it doesn't make any difference. It's just the controls are different. That's it. And maybe my laziness, you know, to spend time and learn it. Other than that, there is no obstacle of why one shouldn't be able to do things with Blender that one is doing, you know. So that's that. Lotko, thank you very much for the subscribe, man. Let me give a moment to Lori. So project curve on mesh. Project curve on mesh, okay. But and split mesh with aha, I see what he means. So how that would work is from the mesh you would get the curve. So where is that? Polygon edges the curve? No. We can use that as well. Like I can pretty much do this. Not like previously, I guess, when I could select them easily. But something like this. And now once I have that, let's deselect those. So project curve from in this case from the edges. I should have it now. Why I cannot see it? Maya for you guys. Show. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so from there, how would you cut this piece? He says split mesh, but where is split mesh now? You know, when one is gonna get used to working on us with certain controls and certain ways, in certain ways, all other things might sound alien, you know. So that's pretty much how I read Lori when he says project curve and mesh. I mean, that I understand, but split mesh with projected curve tools, that too I know what it means, but I just have no idea how to do it. So where that would be, I have no clue. Lori, if you wish to dwell on that a bit, like share a few more details, that would be great. But we can pretty much do this as well. It's not hard. Yes. Yes, you need some quite the skills to do that. There are a lot more details that one has to be mindful of to do that. Maya is much more efficient. I wouldn't say that. I would say it's much more effective, but efficient. I think in Blender people are doing much faster. But once something you do it in Maya, like properly, with details and all that, it's gonna get much better. I mean, we are just getting philosophical about it. It doesn't necessarily mean one or the other, but that's how I feel it, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I just sometimes see people do things, amazing things in Blender, and I'm like puzzled, like, how did you do that? And he would say, oh well, it took me like 2 hours. 2 hours. Get away from here. Like, what's that? Look at that. I haven't cleaned the history, so that's why this got all messed up. I don't need that. I have this pretty much done. Just trying to clean it up now a bit, to reorder the lines, to have, you know, more sense, all to be nice looking. It's not only about the, you know, the rendering and all that, but the geometry. I want it to be spot on, as close as it can be, just like that. And now that that's done, we are gonna do the, wait a sec, that's pretty much off there. Have that a bit there. The whole part in there, it's a bit dented, like that. Now we don't need the outside, so I'm gonna pretty much cut the outside stuff, because this one here on the end, it should be smoothed out a bit, but the inside now we need to make it as well smooth, and let's see how much we can make it. I'll go as much as using 3 and 3 here to make it really smooth, like that, and have really defined lines. And I'll just come in here and recombine, reconnect all those to make further, you know, sense. Like, now these are way too out. And it can get messy. No, not the outside one. But yeah, guys, that's doing details in a nutshell for you, and how it is. If you wanna, you know, have a good looking model, then you have to give the time. You cannot expect just, you know, go in, do a few modifiers and be done with that. You know, that's working when you know exactly, like, okay, we need to make a building. 5 clicks, generate that, Windows, blah blah blah, it's done. You cannot do that when you're working on specific details which are custom made. Like, specific details on a car and so on. Not everything works for everything, really. What I don't understand is that people are trying to find shortcuts for things that shouldn't be, for things that there shouldn't be any, really. Like, I would understand for UV mapping, but to sculpt something like this, no. And look at that now, what happened? Now, I'm just gonna delete that. For a second, scared the crap out of me. Okay. That's good. Here we need to sort this out now. So this is gonna be pretty much like that. No. Let's go a few steps back. So I should have applied automatically, you know, on the beveling, but I'm just gonna do this, work this manually. So okay, so you want it that way, you will have it that way. I know the fix for you. Hey Nathan, I've always used Blender, but Maya really catches my attention. I don't know why, but I simply prefer modeling in Maya. I think modeling is something that brings me peace, and the slow way of modeling in Maya does me good. It's not necessarily slow, it's just that for certain things they are meant to be done slow, you know. Not necessarily you can find shortcuts like I don't know how to say it. I mean, you know, those things that you cannot really explain how you do it, you do them. So it's pretty much how I feel, you know, about Maya. Some things I'm just used to doing them. Like, I've spent many hours trying to perfect them, and yeah, you can never perfect them. It's just that you're used to it, and that's how it is. For example, the pivot control and all that. In Blender, I don't have that, and I would be clueless on how to do that in Blender. So that's pretty much it for me. And I don't know, maybe are just people expecting too much of something, like I don't know. I don't know really. You know, being an artist, it's not supposed to be easy. It's not supposed to be done by everyone. You know, like, yeah, I'm gonna be 3D artist, I'm gonna do this and that, but where are the modifiers which will create the whole car for me? I mean, there's no such thing in Blender either, and never gonna be. Even with AI, I'm not sure how an AI is gonna create a whole car completely out of nowhere. Although a friend of mine has told me that we haven't even seen 5% of what AI is actually capable of, which scares the shit out of me. And I better be mindful of the language I'm using right now, because I'm saying that word second time now. So yeah, but my point is that things should take time. You cannot do a meaningful art, anything meaningful, like very fast. Yes, probably for making rocks and generation of vegetation in a game, that should be probably procedurally done, you know, like simplified, because how often do you stop in a game and gaze at the trees and be, you know, in amazement of, oh, how well these trees have been made? You don't give a fuck, right? It's all about the gameplay, it's all about the story of the game, those kinds of things. So I mean, look at Fortnite. I won't say I hate that game, but most certainly I don't play it, and I don't even understand it. I don't like it. It's like addictive. It's like makes you spend money, more money in the game and all that. Like, why? For what? To get what? Some additional skin or whatnot? Like, they ruined Call of Duty as well with all that. So now I'm going away from the subject, but what I'm trying to say is that there really has to be meaning for whatever is done. It's not just to be done. Why you've done that, you know? This is too much off, and adding new bevel will be like probably too much, so I'm just gonna go and do this. And now I'm gonna reconnect these here. Yeah, that's gonna be left as it is, so I don't want to have these edges here, so I'm just gonna further smooth it out. let's have this. No, what I'm doing. I'll leave it after all like that. Yeah. The edge of this. I'm gonna sort it out. Furthermore, here. It's beautiful. So that's pretty much how it should be. Come on. Again, I don't know how many times this on this stream today I have heard sounds, notifications of comments or whatever, but there's none. So no idea what that is and why it's happening, but I'm hearing sounds of someone writing stuff, but I'm not getting any. Someone has joined on Discord. Islam Shalom. Hello. I hope that's Harris. Cinematic verse. Two is good enough, so let's attach car paint. Yeah, which one is it? Car chassis paint. Okay, where is it? Oh, on the very top. Okay. So we have that. Now so there are two on top like that. I'll leave them to be, you know, like bigger like that, so they're quite visible. Again, message, but I'm not getting the message. The messages are not getting through me. I don't know what's happening. Are they sending you private messages, not chat messages? That's a good question, but I don't think so, because I'm not seeing any private messages either. I mean, I cannot see how would they reach me. How I've never got one. The last I have. Yeah, weird indeed. And I'm trying now just to maybe, let's see what commands I have to use on the chat, what we can do. Follower, restrict chat to followers based on their follow duration. End poll, end the active poll, or let's see what we have for poll. Open a setup menu to create a poll. Oh, here. I'm gonna have this. I've never done this before, but in regards to the conversation we have, like the discussion, I'm gonna try and have some interactive questions now. So really curious about your answers. Additional votes, duration, I'm gonna, yeah, 10 minutes. So allow additional votes, okay. Responses, yeah, start poll. Have you seen, can you see any poll actually? Oh, interesting. I just noticed that if you go, I mean, now I did to check if anything has been sent through, you know, on the Twitch itself. I'm seeing the activity. So there are 2 people from Brazil on the first place, Germany on second with 2 people as well, Macedonia with 2 as well, and 1 from Ukraine. I'm wondering who is who. Yeah. So I know that yeah, I stopped in the middle of what I wanted to say. Oh, top emotes used. Maybe I should. How can I use one of the emotes I've done? Should I make plus some emotes? So and then to share them on the channel. How that's done. Anyway. Yeah, have it like that. That as well, and these two combined and put like that here too. And then there is additional fifth on the bottom, which is holding this panel, I guess, on the bottom, which is coming out on this side. So I'm just gonna take the panel from here, just like that, straighten it out. Same thing for the top. Have it go there. I'll lower it just enough to go below the front bumper. And yeah, I'll just create a simple plane. Have it. You know, something occurred to me just now, and probably it's modeling would go back to early days of me having fun with Lego. I love them. You know, I loved spending hours, like whole day. I would sit at home and play with Lego as a kid. You know, so this is pretty much like that, building up, you know, building up things from something, from a few blocks, and creating like whole these pieces that, yeah, I just loved it. And it's pretty much how I feel about 3D modeling as well. Look at that, it's gonna be beautiful. So let's add like, and actually I'm gonna have it higher like that. It should be very, very tiny, very thin, like that. And that's pretty much about right. Yep. It's quite sharp there, but in here, not so. So we have here like probably even less, like that. Well, here we have a very, very much round corner like that, if not even bigger, maybe like 0.7. Yeah, pretty much spot on. Now this is from a metal plate, but I'll make it from a carbon, so that's gonna be my take. Now this should have some thickness, should have bevel. Okay, it's not beveling because I have, yeah, the normals, the faces are flipped. Now once more we'll give it beveling and make it with more segments, so it's really sorted out. All this yeah, that's something I don't like here. So that's pretty much gonna go like that. Much better. Simply lovely. Now, a few more things is... Okay. Yeah, these should be... Come on. Okay. There you go. Now it's much more suitable. Like that. I'm hungry, guys. It's 3 o'clock. I haven't touched anything yet. I might make a pause of around, I don't know, some 10 minutes. I pretty much wanna go back at this and continue working. It's lovely, look at that. I love it. Lovely detail. Still not yet finished. Few details more. One here on the top. Okay, that went a long way, dip in there. Here one. And when we will make it battered and bruised and, you know, with slight damage on it, not too much spectacular stuff, you know, like just few details like gravel, the dirt, something like that, maybe stuck in here around the side pods. It's gonna be beautiful. Now this is ready, so we can have this. Bumper, side pod. One thing that I haven't made is add bevel to this, so it's very smooth like that. This thing as well. Haha, look at that. It's gonna fly. Oh, well, well, well. How mean it is, lean forward like that. Look at that. It's gonna fly. Yeah, I'm gonna make some sounds for it as well. Jeez. Come on, one more follower for 125. I'm gonna make a pause here of around like 10 minutes, and I'll be right back in a moment. Why it's new? Yeah. Okay, it's like 20 minutes have passed, so I'm pretty much back. Yeah, I should guess that maybe I should just ban all these. Let's now texture this, and then we can move further with the racing seat, or the cockpit rather, you know, because I've done recently a racing seat, so I don't want to just go back to do, you know, do racing seats again. Look how beautiful that is. It's gonna be even better when we'll have it textured. Default polish shader. Okay, that's quite irrelevant what we have. Ambient occlusion, only same mesh. Let's bake it. Immediately it's looking much better. So what we need is, let's start with the base of it. First, I'm gonna create the cable. So cables should be from rubber. Like, just like that. But should we have that one? Or maybe, yeah, definitely not that one. I like the details of these, but they're not necessarily, you know, what I envisioned for them to be, so maybe actually something like that. Where is the curvature here? Masking. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, smoothness is something that we can use. Grunge scales. So maybe have it like that. Contrast doesn't do much. Oh, this is interesting. So yeah, I would like to have, yeah, like that. Wait a sec, so that's completely worn off. We can experiment with these more or less. Give me a moment to try and bring in something. So Thank you, Shirari, for the subscribing. It's very much appreciated. Whoever is watching me on Twitch or Kick, especially those on Kick, who are, you know, supposedly genuinely following me on all that. Feel free to follow me on YouTube. It's gonna be much more appreciated. it's always good to experiment, so I'm gonna try this. Sorry guys, I've been slightly off for a minute or two. I just needed to get a coffee also. Yeah, so that's the brush, and now we're gonna make it actually this one only height, so we'll make that slightly like that. And pretty much I'm gonna do the details on these like that on my own. That's what. Brush, paper, grainy. Brush, metal, no. We don't need that. Yeah, from the sparks, let's assume we have that. So I'm gonna add this here. Mask. Lower that a lot. And have that only as roughness. So we're gonna have that. Maybe metal as well. Not much visible though, but color maybe. Yeah, not really necessary. A color. Let's see what we can do with the height. Maybe a bit like that. Yep. So I'm just gonna duplicate that one and reposition it here on this one. Gonna add a few more details, something like that. Nope. Color, that's the one. Let's go brushes. Actually, at the color here we can add a generator and maybe use some metal worn to see how that will go. Where level and what the hell has happened? That's a. Did I have? Yeah, it's basically. Yeah, what we need is actually maybe rubber, second type of rubber. Yeah, that's the damaged one. So that one will put it right on top of this one, and on this one we'll be adding black mask, and on that one we're gonna add the generator, and now have that. And look at that, it looks pretty much somewhere in between and what I'm looking for. I was just experimenting to be honest. I had no idea how and what that came up, but still. So plastic rubber, black, paint, and let's select these 3 here that we need, as well as we will select these. Just like that. Now what we want to make is, so let me rename these so we are more organized. Yeah, these are electrical caps. No idea how they're called, honestly, but I hope that makes sense. Metal, so we get metal, not that one, neither that one, I guess on the smart side of steel. Machinery, that can be actually suitable. No, that's too much. Still dark. Still stained. Yeah, this is perfect. So this is, if we can change, by the way, the color here, but I'm not sure we can. Yeah, how to change the color? Does anyone know how can I change color here? Anyone there, guys, to help me out with this? I need help. I guess no one. Yeah, this is even better if you ask me. So this one should be made like that. Black mask. Matte paint. Solely on these parts. You see, I missed a detail. So on the bottom of these, they're like squares. Maybe I can add them later on and have them just to make more sense, you know, how those are coming down into it. Metal base. Now, there was a way on how I can make rings here along that. Like, how was it made? I forgot about that. Oh, I wish I had a tutorial about that now. And I'm sure if I had made tutorial myself, in that case oh my, I'll call a friend, definitely. Need help. I just wrote in the chat on Discord though to see if anyone knows. I'm gonna proceed further. So metal, steel, dark. Yeah, that's pretty much what we'll use. Quite fitting. Let's see what else we can use. Definitely not. Yeah, too much. Nope. Steel paint, this might work, I don't know. No, that's way too much. That's way too much. So this is more like it. Yeah, it's quite preserved, it's not too battered. It has some texture to it, you know, it's clear that it has some variety and it's not too much. There's gonna be other details on it, so I'm not gonna, you know, spend too much time, I guess, detailing other stuff. Maybe it's gonna be for the best, so I'm gonna stick with this. Jeez, I miss you guys. I miss you guys. It's quite boring. Not boring, lonely here. No, not that at the back. So only that. And this. Making sure we haven't caught anything on the back. No. That's fine. Issue computer. Black metal, just so we know what we have there. So yeah, definitely not too strong. No, that actually, let me try. Yeah, that's Again, too strong. Steel maybe. Nope. Aluminium, no. Steel armor. Yeah, it's more or less always like spot on. So definitely that gonna use. Paint. Like whole element. Come on. Like that as well. And these two. Yeah, so I'm gonna have it like that. Oh, by the way, this one should be as well. So let's see what says here. Motronic. Let's see if that makes sense. Motronic control unit. There it is. Motronic is a digital engine management system developed by Bosch, known for integrating fuel injection and ignition control into a single unit. This integration allows for optimized engine performance, fuel efficiency, and reduced emissions. Motronic systems are used in various vehicles, including those from BMW and Porsche. There is it. There it is. And I just happened to find also suitable. Yeah, but it's lower quality. Let's see if I can find a better one. Size. No. I hate when this happens. Okay. Motronic logo, maybe. Okay. Never mind. So. Motronic logo and there's nothing. Like. Motronic images, maybe alone. That's a plate there, and it's not embedded or anything. It's just like it has roughness and metal, maybe. Like so. It's pretty much in all kind of different fonts. So I'm just gonna use what I feel is right. Let me just scale this up. And I'm just gonna overlook on the side what we have here. This is already quite close, not there yet though. The sea should not be that close, should be quite open. This one is nice. This one is nice, but it has kind of too much details. This will have to be. Can it be actually? Yeah, triangular. That's pretty much. You cannot alter it. So, that was weird. Never came across a font in Photoshop which I cannot change it. Bosch tools for manufacturing labels is Arial narrow bolt or Helvetica condensed bolt as an alternative. Helvetica? Well, I don't have it. Helvetica font download. Oh my, how much I wish to switch off my brain and just go and play some game, but I'm just gonna take the advice of Laurie and use the font he has suggested, and I'm gonna go with it. So it's gonna be Helvetica, but bold. Wait a sec, he has written something else. Hey, Wally. Hi there, mate. Hi there. Just a sec, I'm quite of lost here. Hey, I'm back for a minute. Sorry, was having to do some prep stuff before tomorrow. Absolutely. So what do we have here? Now what I have here, Laurie, it's much closer to what is here than what I'll have if I use Helvetica, because it doesn't have those details on the edge. So I'm gonna go actually with this still. But again, I'm seeing that they have quite different also. But we'll see. Let's see how it goes. I mean, it's just a font anyway at the end. So what I'm doing, yeah, close that. And I'll need the Bosch. This one too. So this one will be now. This is for some reason like flipped, and I'm gonna do the same here. So come on. Sans serif. Just a sec. Electronic uses sans serif typeface. Sans serif typeface. Yeah, I guess that's the one. Sans serif fonts. Let's download them as well. Oh my god, these cookies, I hate them. Sans serif fonts. There are quite a lot in here. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with this how it is. Now, to make this, guys, do you know how is it that I can cut this out, like from the How does that work even? So Porsche alone again, maybe. Right click the layer and add black mask and just mask it off. That's, yeah, quite nice solution to it, really. That's like that. So right click the layer and add a black mask. So another one. And paint. However that works. No idea really. No idea really. I mean, I'm sure it can be done, except I'm just probably lazy to learn it how. And that's it. I'm sure there is something here. Yeah, like that. There it is. There it is. I made an offset of the texture itself, so I decided what's on, what's not. Often things are simple like that, but you see, so now the logo is somewhere in there, like much lower, except I don't want to have it that low. I'll leave that where it is, as it is, and I'm just gonna now type some. Oh, did I? Oh my god, have I? Look at that, BD and all zeros. That was quite spot on. That's another way to do it. You could also add a paint filter and mask it that way also. Mario Stoyanov, he's rocking. I'm just talking with him on how to make a certain stuff. No idea if he's watching or not. I wanted to make something on these, so that's black metal, silver armor. That's, yeah, panel behind. That's why naming is quite important. So black metal, metal base. Yeah, that's the one. Issue bronze. I'll name it instead, so it's more precise. Now, what I need in here is, actually, I'm gonna make a duplicate of this, bring it on top, and I'll hide these. Yeah, so this is now affecting on the top basically only. I'm gonna deselect everything in here that I've selected previously, and I'm gonna select only these here. And now what I wanted to do with those is, as Mario says, we have to add generator, and in generator we have to attach, where is it? Projection. Cylindrical. Can we find that? I think there is no such thing here. In fill, actually. There's no mask. Yeah, I've done this wrong, so we need to delete that and add a fill. I guess we need the paint. Yep. And wait a sec. So how's that work? Yeah, pretty much everything in here should be deselected. Why on earth have I selected that? Or any for that matter. Everything should be off. Quite frankly, I can just do this, like, entirely. And just select these again. That's it. I don't need anything else. Everything else should be remaining intact. So in fill here we need apparently to, but still there is none of that. Fill. So he says fill layer. Okay. In the projection menu. Where would that be? Oh, this one. So select cylindrical, and then we need to play with the settings in the tile generator to get the desired look. Okay, so tiling. Yeah, this is gonna be quite tricky since I have no idea how they're applied, nor I can see anything. None. 3D projection. Yeah, but I'm not seeing any lines. It feels like I'm missing something. By the way, let me make the color of this slightly, yeah, more white like that, and actually have some play with it, like make a hole or something like we saw. Like that. Now where is it? That's where it is. So height. That's too much, I guess. Fill. Filter. Blur. And just like that. I believe that's quite strong. So that should be quite enough. And maybe even smaller. Like that. Yeah, that's much better. Oh no. Why the hell? Okay, now it's... It seems like they're perfectly aligned, so I'm gonna just switch it here. I'm gonna make a pause, guys, for about 15 minutes. Yeah, I'll be right back in about like 15 minutes. So until then, I'll stop the stream and I'll continue at how to say, as soon as possible, really. Yeah, talk later, like in 15 minutes. Bye bye.